Why, hello there. Let me make sure everything is all squared away here real quick. That seems all right. You seem all right. How about you? Are you okay? I think you're okay. Fantastic. All right, let's get uh don't need that right now. Get this going. And we'll get started here in a minute. So we've got foreign connections visible on the map. Go ahead and run this. Okay, so we can see it here. We shouldn't be able to edit this though. So we need to edit the form here. The connection should already have a helper. Connection model. Same map connection. Yeah. So what we can do is depend on that, I suppose. We need to look at the docs. Is there an entire I know we can make these not editable. We'd have to either make each widget uneditable, I think. I don't think that's a form thing we can do. Or we'd have to make it editable, get the changes over to there, which has its own problems. I'm just thinking that, like, it makes sense, but it also kind of sucks, right? Like, part of the reason that we went to all the effort of making these guys is so that you could edit both sides of the connection all in one. Is there a better way? I know we kind of stumbled upon, there's a lot of edge cases in trying to get an edit in place for um a different map. Mostly the fact that you can't save them from here. So then we have to retain their state, which we can do. There's nothing saying we have to reload these guys every time we switch. That's just how it works now. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're still gonna just disable editing them for now. Um, that's the easiest way. We'll see if it becomes just too painful. So let's take a look at the form here. Connection data form. I think so. Um, we could maybe do. Thinking how to display the notification as well that, hey, by the way, this is not editable. This is read only, and why. Um, and this whole guy is within a rolly, right? Yeah, the scroll is at the parent, I'm pretty sure. Let's go look here. Yeah, builder with a drag target. Mouse region. Row expanded. Um, there's no scroll here. Yeah, there's no scroll widget here. That makes sense. It's on the parent. Um, so we can't like sticky it to the top like we did with this without doing it in a different way. I would like that though. Problem is viewing here. Yes. Um, we could add something here. Um, except we don't know what the selected tile is yet at this stage. We could figure it out, but that just makes this widget even messier. A lot of things for this widget to do. We could also say except for I don't think Right, it could be a tile. Have to reach into the connection. Yeah, that would make this really, really messy. We could do it in the map state provider. Um, we did that. We could do like the error text and stuff like that too, I suppose. Um, we did add another bool, which would be okay. I don't really want it to be. Well, do I want it to be red like that? Red kind of indicates alert, destructive changes, things like that. Um, in our name, up here, and we also got to handle the case where like there could be this is actually the case where this connection is a foreign connection. The other one would be local. It would be our connection out to that map if it was there. We just don't have it for testing reasons. um what in the world is that? Don't need that. um so we can say if it's not a same map connection, we can say that you're read only. Probably want to put that in parens. Could do that. I probably want to do this, and then let's actually just do it here. If this is not a same map connection, set that to true. If read only, add that. Um, other thing we could do is flip that around for the widgets. Because it'll be a lot more clear in just do editable. And we'll do that. Oops. And then if it's not editable, read only gets added. That's fine. Um, uh, I got crud on my mouse pad. Valid drag. We don't do. Can we do that? No, it's not. That's why we nested them, even though that sucks. It's not aware of the fact. I guess it would be. It'd be that now, to where if you try to drag a connection onto here, I have to reload that. Um. Oh, you know what? It's because it's this, isn't it? Yeah. So that'll give you the no, you can't do that sign. Um. Which is fine. We have to do the same treatment. Um. Here. This is for the row. We had to do that up there as well because of the because you can drag them to this as well. So now you can't. Yeah, there's an error there. Um and that icon is forever stuck on my screen apparently. Let's fix that real quick. There we go. Um Get rid of that. Accept draggable. Shouldn't be getting fired. Let's see if I'll drag is no. We need to also do that. And we still don't have it in the tile, but that's okay. You're still trying to drag and drop though. You shouldn't be. Missing something. We'll accept with details. If you're a connection template. And if you're editable, reset this. It is indeed Friday. How's it going, 214? Go back into here. Okay. Got template type, but we want to be smarter here. Scaffold message of show snack bar. Snack bar's invalid connection template. Let's also do read-only connection. We can throw a snack bar in here. Oops, that was already there. Is from another map and it's read-only in this view. How about that? Code is giving me Friday vibes right now. Excellent. Oh, it's going Friday. I see. Yeah. The good Friday or like the bad Friday? If it's editable, we go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I forgot. I need parens. Actually, could I? No. Because of the way this is being called. Oop. Read-only connection. Like so. Um. I didn't finish what I was doing here. Depends on how you see it, to be honest. It's more like a Super Friday, both good and bad. Okay. A Super Friday. Do you have to open the box and look to find out which kind? I don't care about the stack trace. Yep, excellent. Um, that doesn't need to be printed. What's the correct syntax for? Depends at which time you look, though. Yep. No, that makes sense. It's just catch E, like so. But we need to switch on you. There's a type switch in Dart. How do I do it? We do it up here. Just is. Because it could be an exception. Except for you don't like that. Be a valid constant. Is not good. I can't switch, that's why. I just have to if it. That's what I'm doing wrong. If you're an exception, we're within our context mounted. That's fine. Show a snack bar, but we need to do, this won't be a template one. Actually, hang on. We're going to do this. And then error dropping action data. And that is not the correct syntax for Dart. We're going to do that. You can be an empty string to start with, just so that... Actually, I don't know if that will be needed here. If we do... I think it's just toString on an exception. On an error. Is there... I can't remember. I thought there was a difference, but I might be thinking of a different language. Which is deeply annoying that they have both. But... this is not what I was thinking. That's not it. Let's see here. Don't explicitly catch error types that implement it. Effective Dart. Okay. It looks like we can just get away with just doing E directly, and they should figure it out, basically. Hmm. Okay. Spend some more time with that, I suppose, at some point, but right now, that should at least give us an idea of what has gone wrong, should something actually go wrong. Like this right here, except for that's not wired up in the same way, because that's going to run through the other code. That's going to run through the code that's on the tile. That's good. Um, I could hear. I could make this better. We can do this. And then I don't have to do that, which is nice. That'll clean that up a lot. Why is this in a tri-block, actually? Why would this throw? Why was I thinking this would throw? Getting rid of it. Executive decision. Now you just gotta clean up the extra braces. There we go. And if just made a mistake in some way, it'll show up later and we'll fix it. Hopefully. All right, let's go back here. Make sure everything is still good. We should be able to get the same message here. Okay. Good. All right, cool. And it says read only. That's good for our purposes. Meow. We need to do. These guys are going to have the drag drop logic on them. Except Dragapult. Um, this. How do you want to do this? Um, I suppose we'd have to go through. Okay, so right here. If it's not a same map connection, then messenger of context. Oops. Show the snack bar. Except we can't just do this. We have to do a custom one for this because we want to do a different error. It's not really an error, it's a notification, right? We want to be able to say to whoever's dropping this, and then our connection, which is just a connection data. So we need to build this label text into the message, or and same map connection. Hang on. Tidy this up really quick. Controller, I don't have you. This will fail both cases. So it's not a same map connection here either. So we can't necessarily rely on that in this case. But we also don't know because there's no guarantee you want to be on the same place. So I think the correct behavior here should probably be just is not supported for connections to / from other maps. We also got to be careful we handle our placeholders here. Drag is not drop is not supported to from other maps. We're gonna continue here, but from does location have stringer? It does. But that's for like debugging. It's not for user consumption. Where are you used so far? Um, Grimardi connect handles a connection to. Well, that's a snack bar. We won't know. We don't know the map state here. No, we do. We know in build. It's actually app state that'll have it. Um, Wait, no, this isn't here. This is here. This knows about map state. It could know about app state. You wouldn't know here though. Um, we pass you map state. Maybe we should do this sooner. If it's a connection template, details data is connection templates. Um, yeah. Let's do it up here instead. That'd be all right. Um, we give you the feedback. I guess I would need to. Could we do in here? Be like all local. Or something like that. Um, and then just go if you're not a same map connection, turn false, turn true. Then for free, I get the ability to say, um, where were you? Horizontal, there you are. Um, details. Um, this is actually backwards. Am I allowed to do this? Stand stateful widget. Wait, why don't you implement? I thought you all. It's because this, right? What's going on here? Widget. Widget tile data. There we go. Because this is the base behind. This is just the view. He's with this music today. It's just not good. Give that a shot. Um so that should take care of this. Yeah, so it says no, but it's still going to try. Um accept draggable. Otherwise we throw a message. Okay, so here we can say the same thing. If you're a connection template and you don't contain foreign connections, then I do that. Otherwise, if you contain invalid connections, we're gonna throw um do this. Center for you as well. And we'll say this connection tile, or actually we'll just say drag and drop not supported. Could what's the correct nomenclature? It's drag and drop. Do. No, drag and drop is okay. That is valid. For tiles with connections to other maps, please edit the connections manually. Okay, let's go with that for now. So contains foreign connections, otherwise invalid connection template. So now if I try to drag and drop, not supportive tiles that with connections to other maps, please edit the connections manually. Okay, so we need to also communicate better that this is read-only and also pull this logic into diagonals. Get your logic all squared away here. This is the model though, not the tile where the drag and drop logic has to live. Wonder if there's a coffee's empty. Wonder if there's a way we can pull this function out and reuse it. I would like to do that. Let's give it a try. Let's do a commit here though. There we go. Snack bar, map state provider. That's the to-dos. Connection data form, horizontal, and connection tile base. Yeah. Label. Gosh. Foreign connections as read only in the UI. Um, communicate invalid drag and drop on foreign connections via mouse cursor and snack bars. Okay. Now, I don't think anything in here is unique. Yeah. I need more coffee. Hang on. I'll be right back. It's a good time for a quick stretch out anyway, because it's been an hour. So I'll put some water on and be right back. And yeah, then we'll figure out if we can pull this out. I would really like to. that'll be ready in just a second. But until then, we'll keep going here. Um, let's put you. Guess. I guess you can go in here. Um, like so. And then let's call you. Maybe we can do collection drag target or connection drag target. Can you be stateless? I'm not sure. Um, package, flutter, imperial dart. There you are. And then we'll get our builder. Like so. You're a const. There's my water. Hang on one sec. There we go. Let that cool down so it's drinkable. Also, take some ibuprofen because I have a headache. I don't get headaches. I have a headache today. Um, and this music is not helping. I need to change it up. Hang on. The goose is loose. How's it going, bud? Hey, Duvakine, how are you doing? Well, I slept like crap and I have a headache, so that's how it's going. It's becoming difficult to find new ways to say hi each morning. Well, that's what happens when you try to do creative things. It's hard. Creating things is hard. Sounds so easy at first. Let's do this. For music. For music tunes for my ears. Um, we'll do that. We'll do albums from the old days. There. Now, so we're trying to extract a drag target. It's basically going to be all of this, except This is going to have to be stateful if valid trag gets moved in here. And then the mouse region can be contained within that. We'll leave the box decoration stuff. Let's rename this. That's we could probably also extract another Dart file for connection tile container. We'll do that in a second here. This is going to end up just needing a child widget. Oop. Child. That'll do. That'll have to be final for that. Except drag target state extends state connection drag target. Did I do that wrong? Rough times, may the headache lord smile upon you. Or maybe they shouldn't. Not sure which one's preferred, right? I don't know how they work. That's true. I do not know how they work. Oh, it's because I haven't changed to you. Stateful widget. This is fine, but this has to come down here now. That's like so. We can do that really quick just so things stop complaining at me. We override create state. This, however, is state connection drag target. And we return this. Is it that, or do I have to call create state? It's just that, okay. Because valid drag needs to come over here. And then we can take all of this down to child and start pulling it over. This is widget child. Hovered though. Hovered. Ooh. Might not be able to do that. Maybe we can though if we use hovered. Maybe. Let's get my stuff a little bit tidied up. Oop, that's not what I wanted. Except draggable will have to come over. This. We have to also tell you about the tile data. This is why we didn't pull this out to begin with. It gets really complicated. I'm not sure. Um, this is the model, which extends connection tile. This, um, we only use in here the things that are implemented in the base, I believe. Um, I brought hovered over. I put you in the wrong place. That's why. Let's close. Well, all this being broken is going to make that tricky. Except draggable will have to come over. That's okay. That's part of this widget. Throw that down. Still need connection data here. Except actually that might be okay. This also knows. Actually, hang on. Where is this get? Oh, it's because of that. So you do need to know what location you're in. Be able to pass that down correctly. Because it sets you selected and all that good stuff. Which is like, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. We can listen to map state here, that's fine as well. It's a little bit this actually isn't a location, it's a coordinate. They're the same thing, but it's fine. We'd have to go change it everywhere. Okay, now let's see here. Mouse region ends there, and then we've got we close that and that. What else do I have? You're no longer in the widget. Now you are. Okay. This might be all right. And we pass you a child. The hovered state being driven by the parent. Like to tell you allocation is that if you select the tile location as me, then I style myself as selected. And then we do the UI stuff that's specific. Don't know. We might be able to get away with this. Being not, being just a static. We'll call you connection tile container. Sure. Final bool hovered. Const connection tile container. Super key required. This dot hovered. Like so. Oh, it's because I forgot to do extends. Stateless widget. Like so. Override. Widget. Build. Text. Context. I don't even want to return the fakie. I don't need it. I'm just going to grab this whole thing raw here. Like so. And then we're going to close that there. This needs what are you? Are you a float? You're a double. That's right. There is doubles. Max width, max height. So that I can use those like so. And widget child like so. I also need to go ahead and add you here so that you listen to that. Like so. We'll just drive that off of hovered. And then your grid location. Guess we can put that in there too. We do kind of need that to work. All right. Hover is not equal to no. You used to be I don't know why I did that way. That's fine. Hovered is required. Let's do this just for visual organization. Actually, basically everything except for child is required here. And then child is optional. That's fine. Okay, so I fear he has to be stateful too, but we'll burn that bridge when we get there. This gets to replace this. All the way down to here. Um, action tile drag target. I didn't change your name. Need all of these. There we go. This doesn't even come into this now. This needs to be a callback. We'll do that in a minute here. I need it now. Hover callback. On enter if dot hover callback isn't null, then this. Instead of this. And this. Instead of that. Okay. So we need. We're going to do the same visual organization we did here. Tile data dot tile data. UI grid location. Got the child. Hover callback. Set state. Hovered equals B. Oops. Like so. In the set state that, okay, we've got a couple things that need to be cleaned up here. There we go. And then this was moved, so it's no longer used. This actually becomes unused in here, which is good. Hovered needs to be here though. not valid drag. Okay. Now the child here needs to become connection tile container. Child of which is that. This is covered. UI grid location is my widget UI grid location. Go ahead and just preemptively move these down. This is constraints max height. Constraints max width. And then I'm going to be missing a close there. What else am I missing here that's not happy? Expected to find another close. Ah. What the hell did you just do? There we go. I must have deleted one too many close brackets when I cleared out the that helper. Okay. So now that all goes in there. Okay. But when I do this, I don't think my hovering is going to be correct right now. When I drag in, let me just rebuild this to be sure. We got new code in. Okay, we're working though. The valid drag drop is not. Oh, that's a room. That's why. Hover seems to be working. I thought for some reason I had to change that, but I must be wrong. We're doing everything correctly. It seems. All right. So that's good. Now we just need to pull over. Yeah. Yeah. We need to do the same changes basically to my diagonal. Not the model though, the actual tile. And you've been kind of pulled apart a little bit. This except draggable can go away. This drag target is all going to go away all the way down to the column that starts the actual thing. This should go away. And these should, no, hovered stays. There we go. Okay, so next tile drag target, and then child is you. Tile data gets passed through. UI grid location gets passed through. We also need hover callback. looks the same as it did over there. Set state hover equals B, like so. And then instead of this, we do connection to a container. Child for which is that hovered becomes hovered. This is that max height max width. I love how JetBrains has broken IntelliSense in the past couple versions. It's 10 out of 10 experience. Flashes, it disappears, and then you type another word and it comes back and maybe it stays, or another letter. Fucking vibe coded trash, I tell you. Okay, now we need to close our connection tile or connection tile container. So down here, around that, leave. Oh no, because we have extra. We have extra closed characters because of all the things we deleted. That's right. There we go. Okie dokie. This, yeah, connect to empty rooms. Okay, that's fine. We would have to put cross map connections in those places to test them for sure. So that's a future me problem. Let's go ahead and do the vertical though. Real quick. All this drag target business. I might be able to move the layout builder. See you in a minute. All the way down to where the actual widget starts there. Valid drag goes away. Don't need map state anymore. Love that for me. All right, now drag target. File data. Widget UI grid location. Child is this column here. We also need the hover callback, which is off the screen, hard to read. Will be you need a comma here. Get down out of my way. Set state hovered equals B, like so. I spelled you wrong, so let's fix that for the fun of it. And then in here, action tile container, child is column. We need the other things. Add them for me. Hovered is hovered. UI grid location is widget dot UI grid location. It wouldn't do me any good to move the layout builder. I don't think, actually. Unless we can move you into here, which we might be able to do. We'll have to see. And then we need to delete like that, I think. And then this is no longer used. We've merged that all into one lovely function there. Okay. Meow. The drag and drops should all still work for, oops, let's open a map with more connections. Should all work for these guys still. So east and west. Ordinary hallway. Oh yeah. Uh I deleted that. And then I did this. Because these are already template hallways. There we go. Yeah, okay, that works. Do the same here. We'll delete, we'll apply. We'll drag in you. Yes, good. This should apply to the other two now. Uh-huh. We were to delete, apply. Everything seems to be working well. Good. So far, so good. Let's go ahead and do a commit for this because that's a huge mess. Cleaned up. Big fan of that. Refresh that for me. Do, yep, all of that. Extract the drag and drop logic as well as the container style stuff for connection tiles into a separate and into separate widgets for code reuse. That can go up for sure. Big clean, big clean. Okay. This should probably go into widgets directory. Section model. Or I can just put you in connection tile. I like that better. Move those for me. And we'll have to go fix these real quick. That's okay. And then, yeah, you're not used anymore. Go away. You and you. That refactor sure doesn't work very well, hey? You and you. Those go away. Okay. And then let's just go ahead, commit that as well. Move the connection tile shared files into a connection file. Okay, in you go. Very good. Okay. So can I, in the container, move this into here? Oh no, I totally botched that. Goes here. Why did you put that there? Makes no sense. Like so. And then make this the constraints. Like so. And then omit this entirely. Take out width and height from that. That way you're not needed. Oh, you end up needed here though, still. That's right. It would still be worthwhile if we can get the rest of the, if we can get those parameters out of this thing, it would still be worth our time. We would need to remove that from there and remove this from here to do so. But if it'll work, I'm all about it. We can relaunch. Yes. Makes the widget simpler, which is a big win. And everything seems to be laid out correctly still. Yeah, okay, cool. Is there anything else we can clean up in here by chance? Don't think. I think there is. I think we're okay. Um, give the connection tile container widget its own layout builder, so it doesn't need width height parameters. I can go up too. Okay. Now we fixed up that stuff. Big win. Big worth, big win and big worth. Been with those guys for a hot second. We're done with these for a hot second. The forum still needs some love here. We could do um could we do Could do a thing up here that just only appears when it's not editable. But we should also tie that into the way these work. I also want to make this form, these boxes a little bit bigger. Like while we're here, we might as well. We know it's a thing that we desire. Okay. This is um exit description. Text field widgets. It's down here. Text field. Uh should have min lines. We did 2. Oh, that's inside the decoration. There we go. Min lines can't be greater than max lines. Okay. Was it just that we set that? Maybe like 4. Invites you to put things in. And then you can, like, you can scroll, but that gives you a better overview of what's in there for sure. Okay. Um, this has a read only, right? It does. We can make that read only like so. Um, we can do that. This extends the state though. I should do it up here. It defaults to false. Let's make it true. And then make you widget read only. That would take care of you. We would need to pass that in. Let's, though, oops. Let's go ahead and flip this. I thought it was the other way around, but it's not. If it's the same map, then it is not read-only. Now, y'all We just pass this down through like so. If it's not read-only, there. This will default to true. Oops. If it is read-only, we label it as such. And not read-only. Then we set you to true. Not read-only. We just flip this around. If it is read-only, then we display that. Otherwise, that's. I've got my characters all backwards. So if it's read-only connection, otherwise invalid connection templates. Not read-only here. We're good there. The other stuff. Location widget. That's always read-only. That's fine. Same for destination. Tag widget. Has the let's still edit tags, I suppose. Tag selector though, which is here as an autocomplete. It doesn't necessarily need to, because this is a separate widget. So if we were to put um we're to put a read only here. We're defaulting to true. Wrong character. Then we could say down here, if this is read only, nothing here, otherwise alert dialog. Wired by the closures Hang on. Oh, I put that in the wrong place. That's not supposed to be around the alert dialog. You silly. Um, Tag selector. Right here. Uh, if it's read only, nothing. Otherwise, a tag selector. I guess that'd be null from there, right? Nullable, yeah. And then the constraint box goes within that, like so. So the tags is just east. Still delete though. Which lives in X selector constraint box. Form field list of strings. Unsaved. Wait, where is chip? Undeleted. If it's read only, null, or else this. So that read only do not have that. You can't edit these. Okay. But if we go over to here, that's not being set correctly. Widget connection, same map connection, read only equals false. That's working for these, not you. Why is that? Also not working for exit description. Enter message, exit description, because I forgot to put you there. That's why it's not working for you. Okay. Now that's working. The tags. Oh, it's because I didn't also remember to actually wire these up. Silly me. Okay. So then tags, yes. Now you're visible. You're not in here, but here you are. Cool. Okay. And you can still edit tags cross map. That's fine. Okay. Now the DCs. DC widget is going to need A read only. True is for default. Okay. This can also be that. Skill selector drop down. Hey, I'd have to pass you down into here, wouldn't I? Because we had to make our own widget here. But this hasn't enabled. And are you, yeah. So we can actually just pass through a false here. And then the inverse of whatever read only we get here. So read only being true, mains enabled is false. And then the whole thing, cool. Why don't you? You would be. Anyone with a DC in it. South here. That's enabled still, so we need to fix that. Right here. That would disable you, and it did. So now, good. We just need to then come up here. DC widget. Read only gets passed into here. So then up here, when we use DC widget, read only is read only. Like so. That enables you because you have a value. You're still disabled because there's no value in the box here. These become available to us, and then in here, they are all disabled. Okay, cool. Yes. We also need to this. All of this. If it's read only, nothing. Otherwise, put in the button. Like so. Okay. We'd actually get that. We could put that up here. It won't really matter. Perfect. Okay. And the same is true for the collapsed version. Let's commit this first. Status here. Yes, that makes sense. We're gonna say commit disable all form fields when the connection is a foreign connection. That'll be all right. That gets pushed up. All right. You have a drag target widget. Is this the same logic? Can we reuse this too? Really looks like we can. We've just shortcutted the read-only bit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The ignore pointer and this stuff all needs to be different, I think. Hello to you as well. Um, because of the... Why did we do that? Well, it doesn't really matter. Loading action button expanded is false. On pressed. All of that. Is fine and dandy. Ignore pointer. This is only in case of expanded anyway. Well, we can replace, at the very least, with basically the same call here. Hello, sir. For many days I've seen that you're building something. As a noob in computers, can you tell me what you're building and what it'll be used for? Building this. This is the editor for a map, for a mud game, mud engine. Um, we only have this logic in the one place, which is good. But we won't have tile data here. Okay, so I can't use the same widget unless I pull... tile data, but that's a connection tile. It's not a connection data. Yeah, okay. So this is just gonna have to be the same. Otherwise, we would have to pull out like a parameter. Although UI grid location. Except with details. Except draggable. Yeah, I mean they look the same, and it's tempting to try to shove them into the same box, but this is only the only place this specific logic exists. So I'm just gonna go with it there. It's very similar, but it's different enough that I think we would be okay to leave it. That's gonna be fine. But I would like to I forgot what I was doing there for a second after I noticed that. Button. That's what I was doing. I'd like to make the delete button not appear. So we've got drag target. I just need loading action button. On press, that's the expanded part. This whole thing, read only is null. This is for when you're expanded. But when you are collapsed here, this needs to be read only, then null. Else we throw in the button so that, yeah, and then you guys have it because you're not read only. Perfect. Okay, so is there anything else? We could probably get when we're displaying the connection tile stuff. Tile data sidebar. Tile data. This is where you live. Let's just commit this really quick first before you get into this too much. Don't display the delete button when we are looking at a read only connection. Okay. Um we could So we have to all ternaries in the Flutter widget tree, which sucks much. We could pull that apart though and just do a function. That would be possible. We would need to have like a string. And then here we could just do um warn message here. Here could be if warn message is not empty, then display it. Then up here we can do unsafe tile changes. Then warn message equals that. I don't even know what I want to do an if. I just want to say if selected tile is, except for it's going to be a tile. And I can't use the base, right? Maybe I can. If it's a connection tile, if we have to cast you, I have to wrap you. Contains foreign connections. Warn message equals connections to other maps are read only. So that would give us except this has to be set state. That doesn't make sense. It's like blah blah blah. That works. So I don't think I need set state. I don't think that doesn't make any sense to my brain. Yeah, I don't need it because it happens in the build. So that means that this is not correct. It's not a connection tile. It implements it, it extends it, I believe. Because we're our selected tile is these guys. But also we going to be careful here because I'm just gonna ditch this. If we were to have like here, this is read only, but if there was another connection in here, it wouldn't be read only. So we don't want like the whole thing to display that though. So that would be kind of problematic. How else could I do this? I could do it like in um Like at the top, like a header almost of the four. It won't be like always on the screen, but it would be there. Could do that. The thing, it's an option. My connection is currently struggling. It does that from time to time. Come on, fix yourself. Get better. Get over it. You can do it. Come on. You're in the yellow. You can get the green. I believe in you. There we go. Stupid Chungus internet. Anyway. Um, so we could put it at the top of the formula. That is a thing we could do. Is that any better than the already present read only? I don't know. Maybe we'll just throw it in there because it's one more clue. So when we go down here and we get into this, in the children here, we can just do if it's read only, we do a text widget. It says connections to other maps are read only. You may edit them from the map where they originate or where the connection originates. How about that? Otherwise, we just skip this here, which makes you nullable there, like so. And if we style this nicely, that might be okay. Um, one of those, there we go. Except for this also needs to be expanded so that it fits correctly. Ooh, that's gonna be a problem though. I think what I actually want here is not that, but a wrap. Actually, you wouldn't be a row even anymore at that point. That way the text wraps around like so. Okay. Then we can also throw in a spacer here. I don't have a layout. I do have a layout builder, but it won't be this layout builder. Think we just do. Don't you have? Oh, a flexible space to insert in flexible widgets. That's not what I'm thinking of. I think we're thinking of a sized box. And the height can just be like 15 maybe, just to give it a little bit of room to breathe. Except it's a wrap. Which means I don't have, it's a horizontal axis, so it's going there. Directions. The name of it, axis vertical, but that doesn't wrap that. So I can't do it that way. Um, what if I put a column in here instead? That would be okay. And we just like give you spacing on both sides. And here we could actually do, instead of just this, um, that's not the name of you. Sidebar form field, that's what your name is. Child is that. Label is notice. Then you're not here. I think this has a little bit of padding already around it, so we can just get rid of that. Yeah. That's looking pretty good. You would need a style, text style, uh, background color, theme of, this is capitalized, context, color scheme, secondary container. That's just the text, though. I probably want to do the whole thing. That's probably okay if we do the whole thing. Um, just take this out of here. Let that just be a text. Column. Container around it. Child. That. And then you have a background, right? You have a color. Yeah, let's go with that. That's that. We could almost do, oh, but that would be not. Do a new line there instead. Maybe two. Yeah. Just to help clarify what the correct action to take would be. All right. Let's commit this. Verifying message to action form when it is read only / Boring. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we've got both of those taken care of now. That's good. Loving that. Um, to do. We need to get the. We need to get a UI around adding a connection to another map now. Um, that's only going to be valid here. So how do we want to do this UI wise? We can open a modal that has its own map control and everything for another guy. That's fine. We should be able to reuse this widget. Um, I don't want to pop up because we could like do it like a pop up that says, "Do you want to connect to this map or another map?" I don't want to do that. This should be fast and easy. Like this is assuming like the current map, I think. Um, we could do something at the end. And you're just not allowed to drag and drop these things. That's fine. What if we put in our form here? What if we did at the bottom? These are my widgets. Column. Train box. So my tag stuff still. This is my widget still. Um, be down here. I was just thinking about pulling these guys out in some way, shape, or form. And where that might go. We do another directory in here, I suppose. You. It's because this is the list. What if we renamed you that? Something like that. Fix our imports up here real quick. Maybe that'll help us going forward. Rename the list of connection form widget. Help distinguish it from the actual form. That's fine. The form. We'll think about that a little bit more. We could put a thing in here. I'm not in love with the way I've organized the file structure of this thing, but I don't have any really super better ideas just yet. In the meantime here, it's a smell to me that I had a hard time getting to where the actual widget here was, because there was other data in here. Like, these are only relevant within this file, though. Loading action buttons. So if you're read only, cool, we do that. But also, action stage for deletion, no. This is the expanded version, or not expanded, collapsed version. This is the expanded version. So in this row, we can do space between and give this like an extended version of the floating action button beforehand. We give you an on-pressed, the label is a text widget that says connect room to another map. What do we think about that? Connect room to another map. Except we can't put it there. That's in the connection. Silly. Yes, silly goose. We just put it in the room for. Put that back too. Station. Container contains my. Click on a room to set destination. That's all my stuff there. and then connection data form, all of that there. This is all in the column for this inset. Do I want to do that? If I put you here, then you would be at the end. You'd be in the middle there, which I don't really like that. If we put it outside of here, then it lives at the bottom. We would need padding on the bottom there. The other thing we could do is instead of doing this, over here in the connection data stuff here, location, connections, column. Form field, column. Oh, did we add you to this? Oh, yeah, we did. I let him call that. So I can't do that. Gives me an idea, though. Because we have that box down here. We're going to set destination. We could put like something in here that says like there's this column here. We're going to set a destination. If we did a text button here, it's say connect to another map instead. Don't super love that. But if we took this out, and instead did a row with some children, um, main axis alignment, space between, then put you both in there, except you would have to be expanded to fit correctly. And then I would need to put that in the correct place as well. But then you have unbound height, right? Non-zero flex with incoming height constraints are unbounded. Yeah. We'd have to expand. You're already expanded. Expand you, I think. Why are you expanded in the first place? You shouldn't need to be. Take this one out really quick too, just so we can. Oh, it's because you would expect. Okay, I see. Because the text would run out of there. We can wrap this text though. You still need a column so that we can add multiple things. That didn't wrap. Yeah, let me just take you out of here really quick so we can figure this part out first. That doesn't wrap. Should be wrapping. It might have something to do. Why is there a row here? Hang on. That shouldn't need to be a row. We can clean that up. There we go. Now that wraps as expected. We would need our padding be a little bit bigger. Oh, you know what? It was because we wanted that color to be the full width, but we can also get the same behavior that way. This just needs to be then. I don't think this works still though because of the height. Yeah. But you, if we set that to min, do you then figure it out? No. I would have to expand you, which I think I can do still. If I put this in the right place. I'm gonna get it out of here really quick. Get all of this row out of here really quick. You don't expand to the size though. Um, this whole thing is a column. That's true. Um, take this out of there. You're a child. There we go. And I can cross access a line, but not. That's why we had a widget here, even though it kind of seems silly. Column, right there. And then, oops. We were centering that so that y'all were centered within you. But I can't expand you because ultimately there's still no, yeah. Oh no, you're within a container. So parent widget is not correct for doing that. I can expand this column. And it's quite happy to exist like that. But you will overflow. And then if I go and expand this, unbound height. And I think actually, that it's related to this. This would need to be also in here and expanded. Incoming height constraints are unbound. Even though the column is expanded. And that just kind of becomes a mess anyway. We can probably clean some of this up anyway. Let's take you out. Let's take you out. Missing one here. And then not here. Go. Take expanded out of there as well. Don't know if I want a row here or not, though. What I think I want here, actually, not a flex, wrap. That's the word I'm looking for. And then a wrap here as well, except I can't main axis space them, and they don't wrap. I think it's because there's so many nested widgets to get this layout. There, that would make it wrap. You should not be erroring anymore. Let's just make sure whether or not it is. So if I come in here, I need to go to room, connections. If I was to add connection, with the exception of this growing, like you're not overflowing. I don't know why you're throwing that up. I think that's just old crap still. Hmm. We could condense that a little bit. Still have the issue. But it's also possible. Wait, there. Yeah, then you don't wrap. Interesting. And you can't be expanded because parent. We could replace this row with one higher up. I like that. Still wouldn't wrap though. Interesting. Um, I'm not sure that I love this anyway. I'm just gonna roll that back really quick. I want to make this all a little different. I want to put like a size limit on it, but that's fine. We'll do that in a minute. I don't like the way everything kind of got smushed into that same box. I don't want to do a pop-up that asks you. We could do like a control up here. I don't think I like that idea either, though. And it would make the on-click logic a little bit more ugly to deal with too. Um, cancel that. Um, how do I want to do that visually? Uh, hmm. What was that site? Yeah, that one. Dribble. These are gonna end up being like a lot of mobile stuff. None of it's gonna be. I don't want that. I want game UI database. That's probably better. Um, Maps. These are just gonna be mappy maps, though. A little different than what we really want here. Uh, can we find PC? What if we did instead map editor? Like we'll find some stuff. Oh, that's not at all what I want. Hmm, I like that. I like that a lot. Metagame features, content level editor. Level options. This isn't quite. Not quite what I want. Whoops. Forgot to mute that. Oh, apparently I was disconnected briefly there. That's fun. Um, yeah, 5 minutes ago. Okay, cool. Let me see here. And my internet sucks today. Again. Bastards. Yeah, none of these are like even close to what we want to do. So we'll have to look elsewhere for inspiration and thoughts and ideas. Um, huh. I mean, we can still do outside of this. We could actually do our constraint box here. Um, this is box constraints, I think. Max width of 80. I don't know. Let's put this here. Nope, sorry. Here. And what? 800. So it's like double, so let's go 400. That's decent, but let's go 600 here. No. 5. That looks good. And then the overall alignment should be to the start. So it goes like that. And we can also do around this. Box constraints. You. Max width, let's go 800 on that maybe. See how we like it. Maybe 600. That feels better. So like at normal size versus, yeah. Very happy with that actually. One of those long-standing things I've been meaning to get to and I just never did. Give the sidebar form a, that's only for room data. Room data form max width. That can go up. We need to do that for connection tiles too. We'll get there. I could just put a button. What if we did this? We've got our little add connection button. But you from the room. We add these guys. But if we had a floating action button extended, just a quick placeholder test here. Like we could do that. I don't super love that either, though. Tell you what, I'm gonna use the restroom. Be right back. We'll think about this a little bit more. All right. More coffee coming too. Yeah, let me fix this as well. Change up that tunage. Okay. Could do that. Do I like it better there? Or do I like it better at the end? I do want that to align to the start, though. Or do I? If I put you there, that should still... Yeah, because this column is aligned there. No, I don't like that. It would need... height 15, sure. Give that a shot. Give it a little bit of room to breathe. I put that in the wrong place. That's where I wanted it to be. So that would give us a little bit more room. What if I did... I made it a slightly different color? Um, secondary container? I don't think I love that. One second, let me grab that coffee. There we go. All right. This will be fine for now. What are my other color options, though? Surface container? It's almost invisible. Inverse primary? It's almost the same as, like, the normal button. Primary fixed dim? Ah, that's very bad. tertiary container. Ugh, gross. Maybe just leave him the way he is for now. We can change it later. Let's not get stuck on it. Let's just continue on. And implement the rest of this. So I'll need to do... I want to do a modal, I think. So let me grab alert dialogue. That's what it was called. So we can do that. That'll make it square to fit the rest of our theming. Was there something else I had to call on this? It's show dialogue. Context is context. Wow. Context. There we go. And then a builder. Field context. Context is required. Layout builder, because this what am I? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I just really can't type at all. And then in here, we return the layout builder like so. There we go. Okay. On pressed, show dialogue. I need one more of them. On text, this is builder. There we go. Fix all my typos. I just immediately forgot how to type there for a second. So we got a shape. We need a title for it. Back to foreign map. We're gonna need to still do this stuff to start with. So we still add that. Except Normally, just update or already set new connection. Okay. Like the house room data add connection. Connection data clone the new connection. Well, it's in the clicking handler of map state. So we'd have to tell it's in here. Get tile, UI grid location. Handle connection click. Because you're not null. We check that. We'd allow you to duplicate. Add connection, new connection. Set. Room data, add connection. New connection. Well, it's all just a connection data. So it would be okay to um to fill it in and then provide it. We set it and then we can click and get data back and then just call it again. Normally, new connection is not null, handle connection, click. So we go here, we say if you're a room data, make sure that that's correct, right? We fill that in. We make sure you don't already have that stuff. And then we just basically set up with the default stuff. If the ID is the field, is the selected UUID is not equal to selected map controller, isn't it? Yeah. Select the map controller is a map controller map ID. You can't be null at this point. So if it's not equal to, then this is selected UUID. Otherwise, this is null. That's what we need to do to encode in that information that we're doing a map jump. But well, actually, hang on. Because we can't just do this. Could we? Maybe we can. Because in here, we have some abilities. We can do that. We do this. We need a map picker from here. within this guy, but we can do that. Okay. We need to title and then content here. We're going to do a sized box here as well, which we can do the max width probably 100. Let's go like 75% of the screen. And the same being true for the height. And then content sized by that here. There we go. We shouldn't need to do that. Actually, let's do that just to get things reset. That would make sense. Connect to another map. Kaboom. We get a nice big pop-up. We click off or whatever, that's fine. I don't know that alert dialogue is the correct utility for this. Is there a better? For dialogues that have a row of buttons below bodies, simple dialogue. Dialogue. Can I just do a dialogue? They're all going to be the same, I think. Except for that there are widgets within. And then this should also have, except for it doesn't. It should have actions. Wait. Yeah, actions. Why? Oh, I'm still in the size box, that's why. Okay. You hang on. Like so. Oops. There we go. I think I've done that incorrectly in those other ones. On pressed here. Context. Cancel. But also map state. What was the clear pending connection? So we used up here, right? No, clear selected. New connections don't notify listeners. That would be the more correct thing to use in both of these cases. Pending connection. Okay. Cancel you. Now, now that goes away. Okay. So in here, we basically have to do the same thing that we did here, except we don't need to wrap you in a change notify provider. No, that's not true. We do have to do that. We have to give you a map pane. And this, hang on. Map editor. Editor screen. This. Map selector. I think we can just reuse all of this basically. I think we're good. We have to do another map state for you, but that's okay. Um, that's my action. So here, we'll do a column. Um, put you in there. In here, we need to watch app state. We need to import that so that we can feed you to here. And then map pane goes in there. What are you mad about? Expected to find. Do we miss yeah, we did miss one of them. Okay. So if we go into the gym again, connect to another map. Oop. Can't find app state above this. Oh yes, because this guy. Woo muds, yes, sir. Because the alert dialog, we had the same problem over in the other place. Alert dialog context gets pulled apart from our app state. So I think we have to watch it here. Perhaps. Let's find out. No? Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, still not kosher. What if I pull it out here? Am I still in the correct context tree when I get to here? Outside the widget tree? No. Okay. I can listen false. That might be okay, actually. Um, are you not a named parameter? Okay, fine, then be that way. Um, no. Of this map pane widget. Uh, well, that's a problem. Correct provided app state above this map pane widget. This is line. This is line it doesn't say. Does this happen to say? Other context child. Which which app state goes there. That? Not sure that's correct. No, it's not. This one. I also don't think I can do this. Yeah. Okay, so that's a problem for sure. Um, the current provider example. Oh, wait, hang on. Maybe I put that in the wrong place. Map state create build context. So this will throw instead of child, we use builder, which build context map pane. I won't need that though. I'll need that instead. Except that doesn't make sense at all. Context child. And that's not right either. Position builder. Create. Map state. All of that. Builder context child. Hmm. Hmm. I don't think this is correct. Okay, so that's gonna be a problem. We can try a different approach here, though. Let's just nuke. Well, that's all stays. Let's just nuke all of this show dialogue idea. There we go. Go back to just the button. Reset this. Um, we can try push context and then um map pane to take us to the new screen, but out object. Thought I could do that. New screen and back. Navigator. Push context. Oh, I need a material page root builder. Build context, I'm sure. return a map pane, fix all this junk up that it added for me so very unhelpfully. Wait, no, that was correct. This is correct. There we go. What are you? Hang on. I'm missing a close. There we go. So if I was to do that, would it throw errors at me? Uh-huh. No app state above this parent widget, even though I have context here. It doesn't end up inherited. And it's very specifically app state that I can't find. Um, hmm. Hope you don't mind lurkers. No, absolutely not. I am. Oh, you know what I did? I forgot to, or I didn't do. I forgot to change my tags on Twitch. I usually say things like Flutter, Dart, Game Dev, co-working, and body doubling, and that'll do for now. But yeah, I'm pretty much a co-working stream. People like to lurk and work along. That's why we don't do music, so that you can play your own and kind of just lurk and enjoy the vibes. Love my lurkers for sure. Let's see. Okay, so we have context problems because the map pane must have context to pull out what it's supposed to be doing. In the map editor, we map state, but it's app state that this guy can't find, which is puzzling. In this case, we could actually maybe do a map editor because we're doing a whole new page. It's going to come with some problems, I think, but we can try it just for educational purposes. Yeah, still no app state above you. We have to be able to pass this state down to the child here, which we can't do. Here. We also would theoretically need to create the change notifier provider for the new map state here also. So we could set that up. That would be okay. Um, we don't have app state in here. We can get it. That's okay. I've done that wrong though. This should be something like that. This shouldn't matter though to what we're doing. I don't think. Yeah. And it's because insert a provider inside the route, then other routes will not be able to access that provider, right? Which is exactly the trubs. So and that's why we were trying to do that's why we had to do things over here a little differently and give it the app state as an argument. Here we could do that though. Um and I can't do an argument there, right? Yeah, no. Um Flutter provider pass uh context to new route. Provider with navigator. Pass the provider in the navigator by creating a new provider when navigating to a new page. That doesn't work though. That's what we were just trying. Provider create context. Yeah, inventory item. Um, navigator push context. Um, page route. Builder context. Turns the thing. Hmm. That isn't helping me. Assuming the provider in a new route. Oh, this is in the wrong repo. Yeah. Flutter pass context to new route. We've got you. This isn't going to be this though. This is provider pass context to new route. Right at the very top of the widget tree at the run app call, except I wonder if this is because okay, so Flutter provider broken in button. That's got to be the reason. Because it's inside this button. Let's see here. On tap show that. Yes, okay. Exactly. Dialog widget is a different branch from the provider. Okay. Same branch as the dialog widget. DevTools actually may help us here. Here we go. So we can see visually all the things um but here app state right here. Yeah, right here. See, it's underneath. Oh, okay. So we put our initialization view over here real quick. Change notify provider is within the editor. If we were to put this around the material app instead, and then we need one more here. Then when we come in here, we have access. We have some issues, but we do have access. But that also breaks my theming. Why does that break theming? That's interesting. Do I need to reload? Maybe. Hang on. No? All right, what's going on here? Errors. Yeah, I noticed. That's just the overflow. No material widget found. but is it it's all under the material app. Home is main window. Scaffold. Is it because you don't have a scaffold? We can try adding one. I don't know if that makes sense in my brains, but I have noticed it is a thing. Change that up. Material page route, this scaffold, body is that. Close that. Let's restart this. Uh-huh. It is. Okay. Interesting. There's no back button here, though. And this is because, yeah, we're not overflowing anymore. Stop complaining, you liar. Let's take that out really quick. That still, though. Because over here, I do scaffoldy things at a lower point instead of way up high. Because I swapped the pages around. There's no way to get back from here is my problem. Um, this is Go Router stuff. Not, I don't need that. New screen and back. They do scaffolds. They do a back though. And then we'd have to worry about a whole bunch of things. But now that we have changed this, could we actually go back to the idea of the dialog box instead? Or does that still pull you out of the tree? I wonder. Let's see here. You would be alert dialogue, show dialogue. That's all it is. Okay, so put a pin in this real quick. Show dialogue. Context is context. Builder is build context, context. This, return that. Close that, close. Oh no, you're already closed. That's all good there, right there. Okay. You hear this, connect. No mature widget found. So we'd still need a scaffold in here. Um. Oh wait, no. I forgot to alert dialogue this. Content. This. Run that again real quick so it resets. You. Okay. Except for we also didn't have our sized box, which is going to require us to have a layout builder above you. Hang on. That's fine. Layout builder is a build context, box constraints after you. We do this, turn the alert dialog, make sure we have a close there and a close squirrely brackets there and another close there. That one may be too many. Or not enough. We need one more for the alert dialog. No? Okay. Alert dialog closes here. This needs that. No. That's still content. This is alert dialog. That closes. Alert dialog. Let's spell that correctly just for the fun of it. Turn alert dialog. Content is that. That closes the dialog. This closes the builder. This closes the layout builder. What are you missing? Oh, because this is reading return. That's why. I see. I see. Okay. And then, yeah, all of you can shut up for a second. No. I said to shut up for a second, not spam my console with more junk. Shut up for a second. So my content here can be a sized box. The child can be all of this stuff. That's not what I wanted. I wanted a constraint box is the correct one. Constraints of box constraints. Max width is constraints. We're gonna need parens. Constraints. Max width divided by 100 times 75 to give us 75%. Max height will be the same. Constraints max width divided by 100 times 75. I'm happy with that. Now, play. Go test the thing. The editor, the gym, the this one, the connect to another map, which I need to fix. Okay, so you're still troubled. And I need you to stop so I can read. Thank you. Render box with no size. Clear constrained box, same way we did over here. Look at our widget stuff here. You might still need a scaffold. Inspectors, what I wanted, not the other thing. So main window, and then all this. Yeah, okay. So scaffold, body is a layout builder. And then we'll close that scaffold like so. Let's restart this. Come in here, map editor. This one. No. Why is that? Can I hit test to render box to the side? I wonder if the layout stuff isn't actually working in here. Material app, main window. Okay. Available modules. Map editor. Hey, hang on. Restart you. Map editor. That's fact skill snatch. Why aren't you? You're not updated. That's why. There we go. Okay. That makes more sense. We've got all our things visible, connect to another map, and then reload you so you actually can tell me what in the world is going on, hopefully. So main window and then another scaffold, layout builder, all this here. Huh. So do I not even need a scaffold? Do I need just like a big center? Shouldn't matter. That doesn't make any sense. Why can't I do this? Layout builder does not support returning intrinsic dimensions. So hang on. Let's take that out because that didn't make any sense anyway. Just a crazy idea. When we do this, on press, we show a dialogue. So we're close to that. Here, we do another thing first, and then we show a dialogue. Context is context. There's a builder, build context, context, return layout builder, which has its own builder because that's just the way things work. This has a ternary, but ultimately returns one of the two alert dialogues. Drain box with box constraints. We use a size box here. That maybe that's it. Maybe if we do that, and then we restart this to make sure we get the new code in there. It is that. Oh, okay. So it didn't know how, couldn't figure out how to lay it out, but if we just tell it to make a box, then we're good. We do want to make this squared off to fit the theming of everything else in the world, and we also want where was it that you would here? Actions? No. It's an alert dialogue. Actions. List of widgets. Action button extended. On pressed. Navigator dot pop. Context. Cancel. Label. Text. Cancel. I forgot to close that. That's important. Did I forget to close? I did. There we go. Cancel you. You come up. You have a cancel. I still need to then wire back in the app state clear pending connection. As part of that, that's fine. You're that though. Oh wait, no. On press. There we go. Okay. And then I don't. Yeah, okay. Connect to another map. Cancel clears that away too. Okay, so we're back to where we were with that. Now we're just gonna wire up these other bits and pieces. And also, if we cancel out of that, I need to cancel that. I need to use restroom, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna do that. Hey, thanks for the follow. What a fun thing to come back to. I appreciate that. Okay, so I forgot to mute that. Hang on. Let's actually do that this time. There we go. All right, so we need to be able to intercept that click off. Otherwise, this won't work. We'll have to go the other way. Um, might actually just be something that we can figure out from here. Scrollable constraints. Um, yeah, none of that. Well, the other thing to wonder about actually, before we do that, this will open. Okay. Looks different though. Maybe because of the background color? Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be what it is. That's fine. We can fix that up. But the um get re get result of clicking outside of alert. It's probably a bad. Find action alert dialog is dismissed by clicking outside. That's a good one. Extract the alert dialog widget, make it a stateful widget. Well, this guy says just disable. I don't think that's quite what I want though. That was a different kind of widget. Is there a yeah, no. Okay. It may be more correct to do dialogue anyway. You don't have content though. Is it like a child instead? Yeah. You don't have actions, which isn't the end of the world. I'm missing another. We can put an action in there. in the widget itself. It's not you still click outside though. Semantics role, box constraints. Yeah. Flutter define action when dialogue is dismissed, clicking outside. Let's do that. Let's see here. They say isn't always isn't always possible to know when a dialogue or alert dialogue is dismissed by using its dispose method. It's the same dude that was saying the same thing over there. I don't want your package. Resolves to null of the okay, so this looks more promising. Await show dialogue bool. Okay. So we should be able to figure out here. Um Something like this. Right? That's what it's nullable. We need to then make this right here async, which should be okay. Yes, okay. I'll just choke on my own spit. It's fine. I'll survive. So after this block, we can then say if um uh what was that? Connected. That's a bad name. We'll do this though. Clear pending connection. All right. So then in here, oh yeah, we don't have the action anymore. We could switch it back to an alert dialogue. That's now content. We have our actions back, except I put them in the wrong place. They go here. I have one too many closes. There we go. Then I should be able to get rid of this. And in both of these cases, it should clear out. Let's go ahead and just make sure we get all fresh code. A little hot rebuild there. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So cancel. Nope, that didn't work. String is not a subtype of bool. Okay, so I forgot to change this. False. Let's rebuild that so it's all cleaned up. That again. Okay. Cancel. Boom. Goes away. Perfect. If I click out, also goes out. Cool. Awesome. The other thing we can do, um, we have map state in there. Now, we can make this a regular function, I believe. Yes. Okay. Except this creates this all goes outside of there. Turn map state. Hello to you as well. Change notifier provider. That's why. Okay, yeah. That goes there. Doesn't it? Where do you think you're a child of? Hang on. Child is a change notifier provider. You're just doing that for formatting. Yeah, okay. Create that. Child is the map pane. Is that correct? Yes, okay, we're good. Good to go. All right. Now, the um gotta be able to get the click state out of there though. Um we can do this really quick. And then here color scheme. Um was the hang on, what did we do over here? Did we do it here? Ooh, we didn't have to do it. You'd think it'd be background, but that's deprecated. Surface. Okay. There we go. Okay. That's fine. We'll probably give it a little bit of padding as well inside of here. Um, Edge insets geometry symmetric. Got 10. We'll need another close now for you. Except oh, I put you in the wrong place too. Hang on. Turn map state. This goes around there. Then we need another close for you. This needs to be. Oh. That's not the one I was thinking it was. Hang on. Symmetric is that one. It's all. That's the one. There we go. Cancel that and reopen it. I want more padding. Cancel that. Reopen it. That's all right. Okay. Now, can do that. But we don't have a way to get a hold of this map state. Map state provider. However, we do have a selected tile in here that we could initialize it with. That wouldn't do though, because that'll be it's actually not the selected tile, it's the new connection is what it is. So we can do set on save changes callback, and then new connection can be my map state new connection, like so they share it basically. But that's going to edit it. So in map state on a selected guy, set selected tile, new connection is not equal to null, handle connection click. If it's a room data, I make sure that the origin and destination aren't the same. We disallow duplicates. Then we call add connection. We clone you, and then so because this has to go on the origin. So that is not going to work that way. What we could do we have parent context. We have the set and save changes callback. We could give you let's move this up here for one. Um an add connection callback. Uh and then when we do this add connection business, handle connection click, ba 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 ba. Here we say if add connection callback is not equal to null. Otherwise, if it is null, we add connection ourselves. But if it is, then add connection callback with new connection. Which can't be null at this point. Hi, you helped me learn Go a while ago. I hope you're doing well. I just want to say thanks and keep up the good work on your project. Hey, cool. I'm glad I was helpful. Appreciate you. So then we can do that. What is mad about? Oh, wrong character. That's a good reason to be mad about, I suppose. Let me go restart this. So we get all new, fresh, shiny code. Except for I forgot to, in my form here, we also need to do in this add connection callback is this map state add connection the data like so. And yeah, okay. Part of adding connection then notify listeners. I don't think this clears. I don't think this clears the pending connection. What would have been responsible for that? Handle connection click does all the stuff. It's the reselecting part. Except oh, it doesn't save. No. Have to clear that. I'm wondering, are you targeting Android or PC or web or all of the above? Just desktop for this. Where would that get cleared? We don't allow duplicates. Actually, this is not correct here. This would actually be whether or not this is the same map connection. New connection can't be null here. Same map connection. If it is, then no. Otherwise, this. Because they have to be in there if you have a cross map connection. But I'm still not understanding where I put new connection is not equal to null, then handle connection, and then return. Do all that stuff. We never clear it. Why wouldn't we clear it? Thank you for the stream. Gotta go. Cheers. Yeah, have a good one. Um, would have happened in here? We don't clear it. Hang on. So like if I was to just normally do the normal connection, oh yeah, you're already there. Yeah, it wasn't cleared by that mistake, which is fine. We want that. Okay. So it adds it. Oh, it would have been done in adding. It would have been done in adding. Add connection. Yeah, okay. Because we call this again to set or to toggle this. All right, okay, so that should be fine then. To call back. Let's just go ahead and reset just to make sure we got all the new code in there. So then if I go connect to another map, the entrance here, that doesn't close. And I've got a message, can't connect a room to itself. Okay. So our check there is incorrect, but that's fine. Those being behind there are a problem though. How'd we handle that? I guess the other thing we need to do is after we do that, do that. Except that doesn't work. Don't have access to that in here, I bet. Add connection callback. Why wouldn't that work? Topmost rather than navigate. Most tightly encloses the given context. Open that again. Reset this, or refresh this rather. All of this. Hmm. Well, let me fix this first and we'll come back and see if there's a handier answer there. Navigator pop context true. I wonder if. Well, let me go fix this first. I did say I was gonna do that, so we do the verification stuff in here. So we need to say if selected new connection origin, not just the point. Except I can't do that. I have to do this. Um selected. Don't have for a room. I don't have a map ID. Hmm. But I can also say well, if you don't have, that's gonna be this. Okay. If new connection, um, origin ID is equal to, because I know what map I control. Selected map controller, map ID, and the points are the same. And then I can do the same thing here. Like map control ID and connection destination point equals selected location. Well, no, you can't do this in connection destination point equals selected location. Okay, yeah, this is true. So we go through all of them and make sure that we don't have a connection there. All right, there, that should fix that. I think covers all the use cases. Go here, connect to another map in the entrance. Click here. Things have happened. Null is not a subtype of type room data in typecast. Hmm. What has gone awry here? Let's take that out really quick. Add connection data. Cancel you. Just completely try that again really quick. Make sure it wasn't just something old. Hadn't made its way into the refresh. Okay. So, type error was thrown while handling a gesture. Null is not a subtype of type room data in typecast. App state provider. Select the tile as room data. Selected tile wasn't set. Set selected tile. Hmm. Well, I guess this actually works okay. I guess it just be not equal because we need to do other things in here. So if selected tile is not equal to no, then don't allow duplicate connections. Selected tile is null. We're probably connecting to another map. Skip this check. We'll let its parent handle that. Okay. Hopefully, I'm not shooting myself in the foot there, but let's give her a shot. Invalid vector coordinate for determining direction. Okay. That's also true. This can only be true set if it's the same map connection. Otherwise, you got to fill it in yourself. And we'll throw ourselves a note. If it's not a same map connection, we can't set the default tag. The form disallows empty tag lists, though. So the user will be able to know that they must change it. Okay. Back here, back here, back here. Entrance, bop. What else we got? Oh, vector coordinate. What? State provider 257. This has to be old. This can't have been. This can't have the new stuff. Makes no sense that way. Connect to the map. Entrance, you. And yet, there you be. 135. There. 121 here. Oh, default enter and exit messages. That's right. Okay. So this has to actually go around all of this. And then we can't set the default tag or the default messages. The form will help guide the user to success, though. Okay. Let's guard that as well. Okay, something else. 261. We just set the destination. Same map connection. Origin ID and destination ID. Oh, but you won't know. I see. Um, that can't be null at this point. So, if the new connection's origin ID is not null, new connection's origin ID is equal to the selected map controller map ID, and when we create this, origin actually needs to be the map ID needs to be set in here as well. Let's give that a shot. Need you to rerun, please. There we go. Okay, what else? Child value range is empty 0. Resolve direction connection vector, which comes from the room model. Same map connection. But that should be not set. If the new connection origin ID is null, or it is not equal to the select map controller's ID, then it should get selected. Oh, this is not. This should be this. So if it is null, then it's null. If it is the same, the origin ID is the same as my map ID, then it's null. Otherwise, it gets that. May still be some edge cases in here. Count value. Oh. Because we added here. Connection vector. It's coming from here. This needs to be new connection. Tags length greater than 0 and then it's going to say it's not empty. Okay, sure. Tags are present and say we're cardinal, then believe them. Entrance U. Okay. But these are not editable. It's okay. We just need to go handle that use case because we just blanket said if you're not the same map, then we're not allowed to play with that. This should actually be connections from other maps or read only. Okay, so now we can add a connection, but this callback is not exiting. But that's also because we took it out. Okay, so now context true, let's just say. And see if that. No, it does not. Um. Oh wait, I was putting it in the wrong place. Was I putting it in the wrong place last time? I don't think I was. I think that was a new mistake. But let's just test it out right quick. It works. Okay, perfect. Now, does it also work on a failure? So entrance, and then I tried to click to that. No, it doesn't. Add connection. Messenger of parent context show snack bar, snack bar. That gives me an interesting idea, though. If I wrap this in a scaffold, will that give me the messenger of that? And I can just immediately spit out my messages. Ugh, that didn't work at all. Now, did it? Um, so, so that's a thing. I guess I could do. Hang on. With the scaffold, or not child, body inside of there. I don't know if that's allowed, really, but I'm gonna try it for sure. See what I can get away with. Okay, so map editor, Jim, in here, connect to the map, entrance. Yes, good. It's actually popping up back there too. There's a oversight in there. Um, I don't really care that is popping up in the back there. It's not the end of the world. But like if we made this a little bit bigger. Hmm. Uh, well, let's get the rest of this working first. In my connectee, you can you may only connect a room to another room. This needs to be checked. We basically just need if you're null, and then this can be an else. There's no room there yet. Would need add one. There's no room there yet. We'll just do that. So entrance, there's no room there yet. Let's It's interesting that it's interesting that that doesn't pop, even if there's an error. Oh, okay. It's because we don't ever get to the point where we call it. That's why. Map state provider. Um, we don't actually get to the callback. That's why. So that only fires true in that case, which is fine. The parent context here. Context is my build context. Hmm. How do I want to do this? Is there a way to um also in multiple? Here's a shame that share the same tag with the subtree exception. It's a little different than what I got going on. And untangle my stuff real quick here. The headphone cable has become a gigantic mess, and it's like crimping my style. There we go. That's better. Um, Scaffold messenger of context. um, with multiple parent scaffolds. That's not really what I want. Scaffold messenger key. And then my scaffold. Stabbed. Shut up, medium. Body. Show snack bar. That's not what I want anyway. We can take a look at Maine again. All that theme data. Main window. Stateful, yada yada yada. Set page, okay. Because of you. Um, but I would need this is actually already done. It's literally what this is. It's because set page is used. Homepage, on click, target screen, etc. Set page, you. Scaffold is all the way up here in my main Windows state. Because I set my display page here. Okay. Um, like it's not the end of the world. It's fine. Just a little sloppy. And there's no like no context field or anything here, right? Okay. And there's no... closest instance of this class that encloses the given context. Assign a global key to the scaffold messenger, then use the key current state property. Obtain the scaffold messenger state rather than using the scaffold messenger of function. Root scaffold messenger that is provided by default. Global key to the scaffold messenger. How would I do that? If I was to do this, key current state property to obtain the scaffold messenger state. How do I Flutter assign global key to scaffold messenger? Scaffold messenger key. In building the scaffold messenger, except this is just of context. And this is just of context. Hmm. And there's no messenger field, right? In the snack bar. Yeah, no. Behavior, action, misdirection. Okay. All right, that was on the wrong thing there. Alignment, drawer. Primary is true. Interesting. But what does this actually do? I don't think this is going to matter for us. Hmm. Okay. Well, root scaffold messenger that is provided by default. Global key to the scaffold messengers. Example shows a key being used to obtain the scaffold messenger state provided by the material app. Scaffold messenger of. Hmm. We can go look at that, I suppose, real quick. Um, just that's bothering me. Examples, samples. What was it? Samples API, lib materials, lib materials. Scaffold and then scaffold messenger. Scaffold. Scaffold messenger of, oh, which one? Messenger of one dot. Dart. Okay. Scaffold of context, show bottom sheet, build context. In your build context, so the on press methods are going to refer to the scaffold with scaffold of. Oh. Oh. So help me though. Because I don't have, that's not how I want to set things up. Scaffold messenger. Oh, it's around a material app. Interesting. Okay. Scaffold messenger of. You do the key. Scaffold messenger key. Current state. Show snack. Hmm. How did they tie that in though? Oh, right there. Okay. But I'd have to wrap it in a material app. And I don't think I want to do that. Um, let's see here. Sure, snack bar method. All registered scaffolds. There are several registered scaffolds. The snack bar is shown simultaneously on all of them. Scaffold can show at most one snack bar at a time. Hmm. Scaffold messenger state. Every registered scaffold that's a descendant of the associated scaffold messenger. So same deal. So that's by design, it would seem. Let's see here. When the scaffold messenger has nested scaffold descendants, the scaffold messenger will only present the notification to the root scaffold of the subtree of scaffolds. Or to show notifications for the inner nested scaffold, set a new scope by instantiating a new scaffold messenger in between the levels of nesting. Example showing a snack bar when the user presses a button. Instantiating a new scaffold messenger between the levels of nesting. So I would need to do in here, I would just wrap you. Okay. So I don't need that then. I can put you around the scaffold like so. Okay. And then let's make sure we get new code in here. Map editor, you connect to another map, entrance. Aha, perfect. And if I cancel, I'm gonna try to connect to that. There's no one there yet. Beautimus. That was harder to find as an answer than I would expect, but okay. Whatever. Okay. Now, that's all working correctly. Connect to another map. I want this to not show my current map. So map pane. Map state, map controller, all that good stuff. Um, how about like for right now I only need one. Um, selector, get available map files. On new map, okay. App State won't know about you, but we can tell you. Actually, maybe we'll just shoehorn it into this too. Where your list of map file data. And then I need UID value that. Um, you import that. Like so. the list. Okay, does this work? Yes. Because it's null, so that's fine. But then when I come in here and I make a new one for this map state, wraps map pane with ID mask dot selected map controller, can't be nil right now, map ID. Like so, okay. Make sure we get new code in here. Map editor, Jim. So I come here, connect to another map. Jim is missing because I'm in Jim. Perfect. Then I go here and I got all my things, and then I can click the things, and the things are so good. I'm so happy. Okay, now we just need to fix the not editable part, but let's do a commit here. Get an alert dialog set up to connect to another map. Adjust the map state provider to account for this possibility by accepting a selected tile parameter in the constructor and an optional callback for setting tile. Wrap the alert editor and a new scaffold with new messenger, so snack bars still work. Adjust room data, or room model rather, to account for the possibility of missing tags. Adding new connection. Okay, all of that should be fantastic. See what's going on here real quick. Probably nothing I need to worry about. I do need to check up on that later though. Let's see. Push that up. That's fine. I need to adjust the same map stuff. That can't be that way. We need to check the origin. But now I have something in my eyeball. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom first. Be just a second. Almost forgot to grab water. All right. So in our connection data form, um, read only label if read only, which same map connection read only is false. Or origin ID is not equal to null, and well, I guess I could just do it's equal to map state selected map controller map ID. That should make them editable. So connect to another map, entrance, then it's editable. And I can do well, my goodies here. I can't drop here though. Valid vector coordinate for determining direction, because that doesn't count. Connection model, yep, right there. It's right here. And widget connection, same map connection. Whoops. Actually, hang on. Because this default, this is going to be null too, or an empty string either way, which isn't terribly useful. If same map connection, right? I can just use my helper here. Otherwise, return to another map. There's just not really a good, useful way to pre-populate this with a template. But we don't want to have errors when we try it, right? That's the main thing we're trying to avoid here. Connect, connect, connect. Cool. It's empty. If I try to drag and drop to another map, like you didn't get much out of it. You got the description copied. That's nice, I guess. But these shouldn't really be that anyway, right? Okay. Let's also do that. Was it in state provider? Yeah. Default enter, default exit. Yeah, that's all still fine. We're gonna leave it like that. I'm happy with that behavior for now. What about this? Yes, perfect. Handled. Then this can be um what did we say? We're gonna flip that around. So we're gonna do this is east though, and then to the west through the map boundary. Super cool map boundary exit. Oh, yep, I need a tag. It's supposed to be west. Because, you know, reasons. Okay. You haven't showed up here. Because you don't know how to do that just yet. Do you? You didn't get saved. Okay. But nothing failed? Hmm. Hmm. Let me take a look at our files. It didn't get saved. Okay, well, hang on. Let's finish this, what we're doing here first. When you look at our text here really quick, it's the connection stuff, and then connections from other maps are read only. So that from other maps are read only. Okay. But I can still connect. That's not right. Same map connection or that's what I've done wrong. Um, you should be same map. The 2-1 in the gym. You're in the gym. Same map connection. Origin ID is equal to destination ID. When I add you, current data location, That would be in the map state. When we click on you, this is incorrect here. If it's a room data, new connection, origin ID. It's in here. New connection origin ID is not null. And origin ID is equal to this is backwards. The origin ID will not be, or it will be null. This should be equal to null or. So if the origin ID is null or the ID is equal to my ID, except for that can't be true either. Because this has to be set. I think it's just if it's null. That's not true either. Hang on. This is for destination ID. So let's do this the other way around. I don't know why I did this. It's so confusing this way. So if new connections can't be null, origin ID is null, or if it's not equal to null, rather, then set it to the map ID. Otherwise, just leave it null. I think that's right. Because this is my destination's location. Try that. So you connect to you, then you're savable. Okay. Sure, apply that, whatever. Oh, you need to description. There we go. Then you're in there. Connect to another map, gym entrance, you. This is from the from the west. This is to the west. A super cool cross map exit. Cross map cardinal exit, to be precise. And then, oh yeah, west. Okay. So applying that didn't work. Something has gone awry there. But this is displaying as read only and this wasn't. So that part's good. I can't delete you. Parent ID and connection table. Okay. So we got some bugs. That's all right. Let me just reset this really quick. Fix the connection logic. For destination ID population. And then we also did also fix the read-only detection logic. If it's the same app connection or origin ID is me, yeah. So we can edit connections that originate in. All right. Hi there, Mr. Mongoose. I like to see you being productive for a change, right? How's life, universe, and everything in between treating you? Well, you know, the coding is good. The gaming is good. The rest of it is kind of just trash. But I'm trying to finish this up, and then we're going to work on the project that hasn't been announced yet, I think. We can work on the client on stream without trouble, I think. Some of the server stuff needs to be hidden. And I got to come up with a way to deal with that. And maybe that's just that we like hide the screen. But my mug is still on there so people know I'm still here. But yeah. Need to finish that up. So hopefully I can make some dollars. It's kind of what we're pushing towards though. I want to wrap this up so that I can set it aside for a little while to get that done. You will stream your private project. Yeah, probably. I don't think it'd be an issue to stream the client because like everything in the client ends up in your browser, right? Because it's a web product. Just because of the nature of some of the things I want to do with it. So, like the browser is the client is basically untrusted anyway, right? That's why we use the auth tokens so heavily. Okay, so we got to fix this thing. We got to fix the saving. And that saving fixing probably fixes the display stuff. Map controller here. We're gonna have to go through it's gonna have to be an update tile. An update room. Did we actually account for this? Connections. Update connection. It's not staged for deletion. Come in here. It is a new connection. Get tilet offset. Origin is room data. Set that to false. If it's cardinal, we do the cardinal connections, add them. It's already on there though. It's still fine. You're not already on there because we take them out. Yeah. Cool, I see. Server holds all the data. Yes. Still client can be an interesting topic to present your work without revealing too much proprietary tech. Yeah, there's nothing like super secret about it. It's just Like I don't want to, when it goes live eventually, give people like ideas basically to go poke at it. It's not supposed to be a public API. It should reject everything, but um and it's probably even not even a big deal there, thinking about it. Because like you'll be able to figure out the address that the API is there from the browser, right? So like, I don't know. We might do it all. I'm not sure. I have to think about it a little bit more. The server should be in a pretty good state though, so there's some stuff in there that I want to change, I think, a little bit, but that was the week I took off. Like, I just really hammered down and finished up like the first pass on the whole server, basically. There was a bunch of different endpoints that needed to be written and database things. Non-cardinal connections. Yeah, this is cardinal though, so we're not there yet. Um, so we put this in here because in our room update, back in here, we copy it in without the connections just to update everything but connection data. And then we let the room or the connection update logic. Current clone is this. Location X, location Y is room data clone. With the update data. And we put back the connections as they were. I like your approach. Good luck. Yeah, appreciate it. Do you host your infra for app locally? It's not hosted at all right now. It's never been deployed yet. That's one of the things I got to do. But no, I don't have the internet speed or reliability for that. It would be it needs to go into a VPS, basically. A cheapen. So we update the connection. You're not staged for deletion, so he goes into here. If it's the same map connection, there we go. That's the problem. We totally skip not same map connections. So that we need to evaluate. If it's not a same, we would still be able to do all of this. If you're cardinal, we do the tags things, that would all still be the same. And add connection to tag map. Target tile update connection to update. I think actually that this check can come out of here. These should be handled basically the same. Well, if you can stream on your internet connection, it should handle a REST API without problems. Yeah, I host all sorts of APIs on 5 megabit connection. Yeah, but I don't have the uptime reliability, right? Like, you could do that, sure. Or you could spend like $6 for a VPS that's small and cheap. You might need a little bit more than that for a database server, but like you can host very economically these days. Update connection. Hang on. We do all this. That's all fine. For testing and presenting prototypes, it's okay until you have paying users. Doesn't matter. Yes, yeah. That's why I haven't deployed it yet, because you don't even need to deploy for that. I've had good feedback from several people on the ideas, so I'm pretty hopeful. It's going to take some work to get enough users to make it, a thing for sure. Connection to update, yeah, kernel connections. So we do that. That's fine. That's all good. Tag map, yes. Connection tile, target tile. So this is where get connection tile. If it's not cardinal, we got troubles. If it's on the same map, we do this. Okay, we already adjusted for this. Yes. First user is the hardest, paying user. Right. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't know that it's gonna like I would be surprised if it took off fast enough to immediately solve the problems of I need an income. So I'll probably still have to go get a job at least for a little while, but in the meantime, we're gonna go hard on these projects. Okay, so we for this, we handled this. It's a foreign connection, we have to base it off the destination. Except for offset coordination or offset coordinate, the destination point. We need to discriminate between so this is an else if the connection data origin ID is not equal to null and origin ID is equal to my map ID, which actually is all one and the same because it's nullable. So null won't equal my ID. I believe is still fine. Let's see here. Cool, I wish you good luck with your effort. Appreciate it. Of course it won't, yeah. First user big milestone. I mean, shipping something is a big milestone, especially when you're a solo operation, right? Like I've shipped code as part of a company before. I've never shipped something like commercial solo. It's a lot of work, but it is what it is. And like if you go and pick a name, a big name from, the developer influencer sphere, most of them have never shipped anything. Certainly not solo, right? So like it'll be nice. um Also you need to look into marketing. Yes. Yeah, I know. I'm very, very well aware that I need to get advertising stuff. Doing it solo is a whole lot of work, stupid work. Yeah. Like I really wish I could just pay somebody to do the front end stuff. I just don't have that budget. But I just don't like doing front end. I don't like doing web front end. It's still hard. I find it very hard to do um to the design aspect is hard for me. I don't really know where to start a lot of times. So I just kind of try things and try to piece together something that doesn't look like crap. And that's what I do here too with this thing, right? The editor. Okay, if this is a foreign connection, and actually up until now, this has actually been the destination ID. If this is a foreign connection to this map, you have to base off the destination. If this is a foreign connection from this map, have to base it on the vector. And it has to be cardinal for this to work. Okay, so then tile location is get offset coordinate of the origin point, and then return get tile location plus the connection vector. We don't have to multiply it by -1 this time as connection tile. Oop. Okay, that'll get that and return that. Front end doesn't matter. If you could explain what your solution does with your prototype, that's important. Front end can always be upgraded or outsourced. Yes. Yes and no. I mean, I need the monies. Otherwise, it don't work. This doesn't make any sense, actually. Hang on. Yeah, it'd just be throw. Connection is neither same map nor originates. I get connection is not same map, does not originate on this map, and does not terminate on this map. What is it? Okay. So that should still work. And then destination table value. This, well, this also can't be. This is only if connection update destination ID is equal to map ID, or if connection update is the same map connection, because they'll be null in that case. There. That should be good enough. Front end has to be functional. It doesn't have to look good for a thing that does a prototype. It's not a prototype though. Like, it's a thing that needs to make money. It needs to be a shipped product, not a prototype. It needs to be an MVP, minimum viable product. not prototype. Um, and like I'm going to ask some people to beta test it when I do deploy it, when it is at MVP level for sure. But like, it can't be in a prototype state when it ships, really. It needs to be usable, and the target audience is not nerds exclusively, because nerds don't pay for shit. Like, that is just the general rule. Nerds use ad blockers, bad for a coding stream if you're wanting ad revenue, but like, I get it. um Nerds don't pay for shit because they say, well, I could just build that myself, and then they don't. And there's less of us than there are of the normal people. So the target audience is normal people. And normal people have a low threshold for software pain, as they should, right? Okay. Non-cardinal, still a thing in the future. But because we tag this thing in our testing, our manual testing, with a cardinal direction, and because it's set to believe that if you've said you're cardinal, I'm going to trust you, I have no way to tell otherwise, we should still be okay. Now that we don't just silently skip it, because I left the code in to silently skip it. So I can do this, and I can actually just drag in, whoop, you, from the west to the west. I just escaped. I'm an idiot. Escape, deselects. I'd have to think about that. That might be awful. From the west through the map boundary to the west through the map boundary. That's fine. It is west and apply. That's true. I have 0 paying subs except for internet, ad blockers, and watch my media from torrents, right? I why? Okay. This has gone in. These are wrong. We need to go adjust the display, but it's working. And if I save you, we should be able to see in the gym connections have been added. Good. This is probably like a reorder. Oh no, it's just added and the diff is funky. Okay, but I don't need to search. I got this. Okay. Origin is this ID, destination is this ID. Glorious. What was I saying? Oh, since becoming a streamer, I have strengthened my usual practice, because I did it before too, to a degree. I do it more now, where if the advertisements are respectful of my time and not complete trash, I will disable ad blocker for sites and for streamer content creators. Um, like, I watch ads on Twitch because they're usually not as terrible. When they are terrible, I just complain with their feedback form. Um, little bitty people that make let me see here. There was, I don't think I've actually been to this site since I redid this computer. Fantasy name generators. Like this site, normally, um, up for this site, and my U block. That's not where I want to be. Hang on. Where is the No, 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 no. Oh, it's just off. Duh. It's just a gigantic off button. Like, this person's site I used to use all the time, and okay, sure, whatever. I don't, they might not even have, yeah, there they go. They have little bitty ads, right? They're fine. They're not obtrusive. They're not gross. Like, you can have the pennies that they're going to pay you. I'm happy to give them to you while I go and find a cool name for my new D&D character because Tata Toluba is awesome, right? um yeah, and then the shields are up for the other sites. That's fine. Um so like, small like tool sites or stuff like that that I use a lot, I will absolutely unblock as long as their ads aren't awful. Sometimes their ads are awful. Okay, I need to roll this change back here really quick. Um, roll back just you, because we do. There's something else I wanted to test, and then I got sidetracked. That's okay. I also disable shields for such people. Yeah, and I've done that for a long time. I do it more now. I'm more aware of it now, just because it's a thing that I deal with more often. Like, and it's the thing that I've thought a lot more about now, basically. Um, I'm talking about the big sites that have, yeah, all those ads on the homepage. Yes, if your website is unusable, um, without ad blocker, then you make me turn it on. Basically, like if you are a news site, which I very rarely use anyway, just because if I don't see it happening outside my window, there ain't much I can do about it anyway. I choose not to waste my time, you know? Um, but like if you're one of those sites that has like a full half page advertisement in the middle of your article, go to hell. Let's see here. And YouTube also, which just pushes ads. Well, I think I would be breaking the TOS if I was to disable ads. So that would be a bad choice. Unfortunately, here on my channel, I'm not monetized on YouTube, so there should be no ads, as I understand it. I don't watch my own channel very often. I know what I said mostly. I more work from local recordings when I pull out a short. Um. Okay. Yes, we need to fix the icons. That's what we need to do. Let's commit this though. We have a nice chunk of work. Update room connections. Now accounts or now handles non same map connections correctly. And I think that the bug we discovered was because it was created as um a non same map connection, which is why I didn't have a destination in the table, it said. So if we come here and we do a connection here and we can just template this guy and apply it, cool. And then if we go and try to southeast delete, yeah, then it deletes fine. Cool. Reset changes, yes. Now, let's go look at our horizontal uh tile, and it's going to be in actually in the model because we set these fellers, same map connection, then we set those. We didn't do it here. We have no we need to do west connection. Wait, no, this is east. Right icon path. So this is in the case of both of them. So yeah, it'll be east. So not west. If it's the same map connection, then we do this. Else, the right icon path is a map icon. And then west connection, same map connection. We do that. Else, left icon path is map icon. That should fix when we add this, connect to another map, entrance, this guy. We can template some of it. Nope, I can't replace that. That's fine. Through the map boundary. Just hit escape again. I'm going to disable that. Because for some reason I keep hitting escape to like deselect the field. And it deselects everything, and that's bad user experience. Bit me already. I need to throw myself a note. We can do it in here. It's not really a bug, but we'll treat it as one. Editor, map editor. And we may have fixed some of these. We'll have to go through them before we finish up this branch really quick and see. Because a lot of that has changed now, which is super good. Map editor. Pressing escape when in a form field will deselect the selected tile. If your how do I want to phrase this? It'll deselect the selected tile. This will cause form progress to be lost and may be unintentional. Fix this UX issue. That's what we'll do. And I don't know exactly, like we can disable the escape deselecting. I don't know if that is like, it's nice to be able to clear a selection with escape when you mean to, which is why we did it. But this is west. From the west through the map boundary. To the west through the map boundary. That's fine. This is all good. Add you. Mappity mappity. Okay. These will need like arrows or something. But we have an error issue here, though. Why would that be? 0, 0 in the gym. Does the origin, did we have an oops? Fortunately, we have an ID here. Unfortunately, it's not selectable copyable. Why is that? It's because it's a text widget. What I need it to be. Here's a great example of how Flutter does weird shit that is deeply frustrating. I believe the answer here, not in the model. It's in the not the list view either. Oh my gosh, where are you? Connection, tile data sidebar, connection data form. Right here is where you are. And then we go to the origin and destination will have the same problem, but ID widget, sidebar form field text. I believe this needs to be rich text. And then that, but you can't be a const for some reason. Hang on. Okay, so that's not text field, but then I can't do this, right? So inline span text. String can't be assigned to the parameter inline span. Is it this? No, you can't. Okay, gotta go look at the doc. Selectable text widget. Oh, it is literally selectable text. Okay. Is this selectable text? Doesn't have overflow. Maybe it won't matter. Hang on. Let's do that. And then look at you again. Yeah, that's still not selectable. We can rebuild just to be sure. Wait a minute. That only went. Oh, you know what? Something may have gone awry here. We'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do that. Just did it again. You. And you. Okay. Apply that. Okay, that makes this broken. So something, okay, something has been overwritten there. Interesting. Okay, but we still need this to fix too. Um, I so like your project management skills. Like just putting things in a kind of Kanban-ish board. I just try to keep myself from being too horribly overwhelmed, slightly organized. Selectable text. My boards have like 4 to 5 issues. Hell, see, I forget stuff. And if I don't write it down, it's lost forever. So simplicity is rare nowadays, right? Let's see. So selectable text widget, but That's not. I don't want. Okay, so they're saying selectable text, all right, requires you to double click it. That doesn't seem to be working here. Let's reset this really quick. Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. I was changing the wrong thing. But this is also not likely to overflow. Let's try that. Not that. This. Okay. That at least is working. We'll have to do the same thing to true simplicity as its own pizzazz, right? We need to do the same thing to the location widget, just in case you want to copy coordinates. Location point to string, this just becomes selectable text. Let's do that real quick. While we're thinking about it, we've got like another 10 minutes, and then I'm going to call it a day for lunch reasons. And hopefully tomorrow we can get this finished. We're so close. Like, we've got so many of the pieces. We got that little bug to fix up with the opposite side getting set. So something wonky there. And that's going to be in the go aroundy round stuff, I think. But we need to do in the room form. That's the tiles. It's going to be here. It's going to be this one. Room data form. Can't really find proper word. For pizzazz? Pizzazz is a perfectly good word. That's all my callbacks. I would like to clean this up a little bit too. We'll have to think about that a little bit later though. Did we not break this one out? We didn't. Okay, that's fine. And then description. Room doesn't have a location, right? Yeah. Oh, no, it does. It does have a location. It's down further though. Location. Selectable text. Okay, now you're highlightable. You kind of are. You don't work great though, which is disappointing. I think it's just the, there we go. Is you got to just be in the box exactly. Annoying a little bit. Maybe we can give it a little bit of padding and it'll be better. Do this, padding, edge insets, symmetric, horizontal 10. How about? We like them apples. Back in here. That's still not great. Wait, this is connection data. Helps if you change the right thing. This one. Adding child is that. Need to throw that there. And then padding edge insert, symmetric, horizontal 10. Give that a shot. About like 20. It's scooching it further the other way. The padding doesn't count for selectability. Okay. Is there more selection controls? Gross. Let's get rid of this since it doesn't do anything. Oops. Um that's what I was trying to do. What was the selection controls? Is it text selection controls? Take. Oh, you're collapsed or from position. Eh. All right. Well, it's better at least that you can select them. You probably don't need to for these guys. It's just it's good to be able to. This one, for some reason, works better. Why would that be? Sidebar form field, selectable text. It's just, it goes like all the way across. I wonder if it's a function of the fact that it's, yeah, okay. It's because it was wrapped. That makes it easier to select because your selection, you can start clicking way out there versus here, start clicking, doesn't work. Flutter. Oh, Flutter. Okay. We'll do with it for now. As just like as is. The rest of it's fine. We can also maybe look at switching it to an uneditable, because these should be selectable. Yeah. They just look like fields, which sucks. My stream is lagging. It's probably because just now my connection was dropping frames and it's just gone to shit right now. It's over here going red, yellow, red, yellow. Starlink. I'm pretty sure they've oversubscribed the area and they won't admit it. And they're fucking useless. Glad that pizzazz conveyed meaning of my comment. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, it's a perfectly good word. Okay. So we need to I need to come over here. We'll just do notes here really quick for tomorrow. To do, make the connection form fields. Wait, actually, hang on. Hang on. 1 second. No, YouTube also fucks up this stream. I mean, it could be. But like over here in OBS, you can see I got this nice little drop frames counter and it shows me my connection like right now is just currently going to dog shit again. My upload is too slow, but it'll go back fine in a minute. So like, who knows? I have no doubt it's at least partially my internet's fault. But I already went down that path. There's no help to be found over there. There's no thoughts to be found anywhere within there that I can speak to. Within their support department. I was going to check this. Okay, yeah. So make the connection form drop down buttons have a max size like they do in a room. And actually probably this should be set by the connection form instead of the room to do. Make the form fields in room, connection, and templates all have a max width. So they don't grow forever and look weird. You do. Figure out why adding the map connection to the gym entrance. Put a map icon on the connection opposite of its parent. I'm watching the stream, but for some reason, somewhere after 10 minutes, the live button goes off, and then comments just lag against the stream. Yeah, that could be me too. Hard to say. Never mind. Yeah, it was doing pretty good earlier, but right now it's kind of gone to shit. Suspiciously around the 5:30 mark, when everybody comes home and starts using the internet, or if they work from home, they start to use the internet to slack off. Because it's almost quitting time for people. Okay. Speaking of quitting time, we got our notes. We also need to do handle non-cardinal actions. Just in general. Are not a thing that we handled just yet. The bits and pieces are there. The rooms have their spacing adjusted to account for it, so. But that is where, oh yeah, also, crap, almost forgot. To do handle map icons in all the other connection types. We only fixed horizontal today. There we go. Good luck, Mr. Mongoose. See you next nonsense stream. Yeah, thank you to everybody who came to hang out with me today. It's a productive day. I'm pretty pleased with the progress we made. I do this thing for a very minimum 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today and ending on Monday. So 10 a.m. tomorrow, we're going to start chewing through this to-do list I just made myself, and I'd love to see you again. If not, y'all have yourselves a great weekend anyway. Catch you some other time on down the road. Thanks again, everybody. And here in like 45 minutes to an hour, after I have some food, there will be a gaming stream. So Twitch, same place, YouTube, on the gaming channel. If you go to the homepage, it's down below. There's a link for you. If you like that, we'll be playing Dune Awakening, if that kind of thing is interesting to you.